is going on? Oh, that's why it's big. Ugh. Sorry, I'm switching laundry over. All right. Leave that. And then, of course, streaming is always a task when setting things up. So I'm just doing that right now. It's what am I doing? is that? That's not the link I wanted. There we go. All right. If you guys aren't in the agency after hours Discord, you should definitely join that. Let's see. I think I'm gonna do more in-person networking, to be honest, because everyone hates cold emails and cold calls. That's true. I even get them myself for web design, although I made a Facebook post recently in a group and said something like this and got a client from it. Quote, "Hey, I'm Jake. I run this website. We build websites, branding, and marketing like Happy Gilmore hitting a golf ball. Very sloppy, but good. Wild, loud, and straight on target. We also won't BS you on what is and what isn't realistic. Everything we do is built to actually make your business grow." It's not bad. When we first started, when we got our first client, we didn't post in groups. We just responded to I just responded to questions about marketing, and that's all I did. I didn't like go into Facebook groups and like promote myself. I just waited for someone to ask a question about marketing or web design, and then just commented on it and was just as helpful as possible. That caused like a ton of I got like a ton of leads doing that. That's what I'm telling this guy in the Discord right now. When we first started, I never posted in groups. I just waited for marketing or website questions to come up, answered them. Okay. Post this comment and I'm done promoting the live stream. Then we can actually get to work. All right. Now we're getting to work. Okay, so in my email on the left side here, I don't know if you can see that. Yeah. I guess like in this one right here, in this window here, this is all like the same email. So basically on the 3rd of the month, all of our clients get a reporting email that just has like the report in it. And I get CC'd on all of it. So usually what I do is I'll go through every single one of them. I'll forward them to the client, even though they already received it. And I'll just give them my thoughts on it. And it might just be like one sentence. I might say a little bit more. Like if it's bad, I might say a little bit more. If it's really good, I might just say we're crushing it this month and just leave it at that. That's the only communication we have with our clients, really. Unless they call me or email me or text me, there's like no monthly reporting or any of that. Or sorry, there is monthly reporting. There's no like reporting calls, like monthly or weekly reporting calls. I'm going to make sure my multi-chat is set up appropriately. Let's see. Hey. My screen's black? I think that's your screen. I'm looking at. Oh, you're on. Are you on? No, you're on YouTube. Yeah, it looks good for me, man. You sure that's not yours? Check Discord. Yeah. Here. I'll send you. Can you hear me though? Yeah, yeah, okay. Man, don't do that to me. You had me worried for a sec. All right. I got a couple tasks on here I want to tackle before reporting, because once I start reporting, like it's just a hole, and I'm just in that forever. So, sales call follow up. So I was gonna start streaming earlier, like at 9:30 this morning, which is an hour and a half or an hour and 45 minutes before now. But I got a sales call, and then I had one of our clients got review bombed, so I had to handle that. Yeah, so now I just have to work on this this sales call I got. So I'm gonna pop up in HubSpot, pull up my notes from the call. We normally deal with landscaping and lawn care businesses, but he's starting a septic company, and I don't have any experience in the septic industry, but it is local lead generation, so it's still within our wheelhouse. Thanks, Sean. My wife just did it. I normally try to go for the gray, but like the front of it, this is so long, it's been dyed so much that it just turned blue. I'll pop my door open quick. Okay. So he's starting a septic business. I know nothing about it. What he wants is a proposal on like how much he can spend with Google Ads and what his other opportunity is in other platforms. But I need some more information from him. And it sounded like he was getting in his truck as we were ending the call. It was like a 15-minute call. And I need to know his service area, and I need to know the services he offers. And I know like septic cleaning is one, and then septic installation is another. But I want to know other services so I can get like more accurate keyword volumes. Jake has tried what? Did you say something in Discord? Yeah, that's the exact same number he gave, Sean, 20K. He said, Sean says some of those septic repairs and replacements are like $20,000. Yeah, he said that same thing. So I was telling him, like, every client that calls us that's not in our industry, I tell them our industry numbers just to like show them what see, like, but Jake, you said joking, of course, but I wonder if anyone has tried it. And your previous comment was it's all good now. So I don't know what prior comment you're referencing. Sorry. But yeah, Sean, so I was walking him through like our average cost per lead, and he like our average cost per lead and like our target for our lawn care and landscaping clients is $100 per lead. And if we can get that, we're good. But I was explaining to him that some of our clients know their target cost per lead, and they do like hardscaping and landscape installations. And I'm like, some of them are willing to pay like $500. So like, here, I'll pull it open real quick just so you can see. But like, oops, sorry, I want master tracker. So on the left side here, you see this column here is green mostly. So this is our cost per lead status, and it's all good because it's based on a formula that says, hey, if the cost per lead, which is this column here, is under $100, then we're good. But you have some clients, like all of them are the same formula. All of it's under 100, except for this one. They have 500 in their formula up top here. I know it's blurry, so you can't really see it too well. But that's because they know their cost per lead and they want to stay under 500. So I was explaining this to him, and he was like, yeah, some of these jobs are like literally $20,000, so I'm willing to pay like $1,000 for a lead if I know it's going to get like industry standard like 30 to 50% close rates, which is what ours is. So I just like, I only illustrate that stuff because like the numbers might not be accurate to them, but the thought process of what we care about when delivering marketing services translates to any business, especially local lead gen, which is why I explain it that way. Okay, so we're gonna email him and say, subject. Let's say, let's call it Evergrow marketing proposal because info required because I don't have the info yet and I'm not delivering him the proposal yet. He was open-minded. He said he's got a coach. So when he first reached out to us, like August 5th, I called him back. I left a voicemail. I followed up like 2 more times, which is all I do. Like I'll follow up twice, and then I won't follow up again because it's not. We're not hurting for leads, so I'm not like constantly doing that. But he finally called me back today, and he was like, "Hey, you left a voicemail. I was just reaching back out to you." And he said he was starting a septic business, and I'm like, I don't remember that at all. So I went into HubSpot into his contact profile, and he filled out a form, and the form said, I'm thinking about starting a lawn care company. So when I called him back, because I was heading into a meeting, I was like, hey, did you say septic business? Because when you filled out a form, you said lawn care. And he goes, yeah, I was debating between the two, and we decided to go with a septic business because there's less competition and there's more opportunity in our market, and I've got a business coach in the area that is really good in the industry, I guess. But he grew his last company to $12 million, he said. So he's selling stock in that to start this one. So he's not like an idiot business owner. He knows what he's doing. I told him, he's like, yeah, how do you it's like I was like, now this isn't really our industry, but local lead gen is still fundamentally the same, regardless of what service it is. So the only thing we have to do is we have to learn the service and the keywords, and after that, like the execution is the same. There's no difference. So he was like, I'm looking for a marketing company that can do kind of everything, like handle the brand and then do also like the performance aspect of it as well. And that's when I also told him, like, we're a performance marketing agency, like solely. We don't do any brand work. So I was waiting for him to just shut it down right there and just be like, hey, I'm just trying to do like one agency. But he didn't, and he wanted to hear more from what I said. So it's very common that people work with like a brand agency and then work with like us as like the performance side. Not uncommon at all. But I was just explaining to him our methodology and just like how like we do with like local lead gen, kind of irrespective of the industry. And he was really liking what he was hearing in that. But I mean, to be honest, like how many agencies is he really going to find that deals with septic installations? That's such a unique niche. If anybody's listening and looking for a niche, I mean, there you go. I don't think I've never heard of an agency going specifically after septic companies. But I wasn't worried because it wasn't like he was a roofer, where there's like, a roofing marketing agency is a dime a dozen. I was like, okay, so you're going to get like a lawn care marketing agency, or you're gonna go like you're gonna try to find a septic specific one. Don't know if that's gonna work. Could be. Let's do it right now. Septic marketing agency. SepticSEO.com is the #1. Wow. There's also Camp Digital. They have a page for septic digital marketing services, but it seems like they serve multiple industries. Yeah, HVAC, plumbing, drain, electrical, septic. My Septic Marketing. I mean, okay. It seems like there's specific ones in that, but I bet you I could start a new agency specifically focusing on septic and outrank all these people. Hold on. Let's see. Actually, I know I could, actually. I'm looking at their sites now. Yeah, 100%. Like, all of our leads come from SEO. Like, all of Evergrow's. Type in lawn care company right now, or lawn care marketing company right now. You'll see us #1. And none of the septic SEO came up first when I searched for septic marketing agency. Let's do septic marketing company. But the reason why I'm using those is because they're more like general. See, septic marketing company SEO, septic SEO doesn't even come up. Septic marketing company, which is the brand name, actually came up first. Hey, thanks for the follow. I don't know, my window's all funky in Discord, so I can't see everything. Hold on one sec. What's going on? Why are we not... Weird. Yeah, they don't have a top menu though. So I feel like I could outrank these people. Like there's a lot of competition, but I just don't think there's a lot of like SEO competition. Hey Shorts. Hey Duma, how are you? Yeah, dude. Hey Sean, look up landscaping marketing company and see who's first. After the ads, of course. There's a ton of ads for that. There's when I talk about this, like some people are like they'll open Google Keyword Planner and they'll be like, wow, there's like 10 searches a month. I'm like, yeah, according to what Google Keyword Planner is showing you, but if I look at Search Console, there's way more than that. And so the other argument is, well, there's two of them. One is Google Keyword Planner only shows you like a very limited amount of data. Search Console shows you like actual real data. They still hide some things, but the other thing too is that like our competitors will target like lawn care SEO or lawn care Google ads or lawn care social media, but that's not what people are searching. Like even according to Search Console, everyone is just using general terms. It's lawn care marketing or landscaping marketing. We just use SEO and Google ads to do that for you. But like I'm looking in here last 28 days. The last 28 days, we averaged position 1.9. So Sean, to your point, technically position 2. Landscaping marketing agency had 1,356 searches. Lawn care marketing had 1,089. That's not even lawn care marketing company. That's just lawn care marketing. And we showed in position 2.2. Landscaping marketing had 1,019, position 7.7. Landscaping digital marketing, 965 searches, position 3.2. And so like digital marketing for landscapers, 1,720 searches, position 7.3. You accumulate these and we're looking at 10,000 monthly searches for like our target keywords for our niche plus marketing or like a variation of that. That's a lot of volume. in just the last 28 days. So like when people do their own research and like their own keyword opportunities, I've seen this come up multiple times. And we're like, yeah, you're ranking high for a low volume keyword. It's like it's not as low volume as you think it is. Yeah, Sean. Yeah, I don't care about showing in the Google Business Profile. That's where we get all of our. That's where we send all of our reviews to now. Like I'm trying to get more reviews. I'm trying because I haven't been trying at all. But I've been trying to get more reviews because LLMs like ChatGPT and Gemini, like they kind of focus on like review oriented stuff and case studies, which we like have none. Um, but I kind of don't want a Google Business Profile because as an agency that doesn't have a physical location, we're technically not supposed to have a business profile. Um, so I'd like to put them, like move them, but I don't know the platform yet, or we just get a physical location. Um, Jake, we build all of our websites on WordPress right now. So we've got like 50 WordPress client websites, maybe more. I'm not sure. But we're actually making a switch to Wix Studio here probably within the next, we're going to start the transition probably within the next 6 months. Yeah, I mean, Sean, I haven't really ever focused on reviews for the agency at all. I just haven't really needed them. Um, but what I would like more reviews for, I would like to get to 100 so I can like say the number one landscaping marketing company in the world or something like that, you know? But you can't say number one unless you can substantiate it somehow. So I really can't substantiate it. Jake says, why are we switching from WordPress to Wix Studio? There's a lot of reasons. We've covered this on our podcast quite a bit here and there. But there are. Okay, so the primary reason we're switching is because WordPress is not moving into a like positive future. So the future is moving into like a very like cookie and consent management future or privacy focused future. It's also from like search engine optimization and just like websites in general. It's also moving into like a speed and indexing future. And there's with that privacy, there's also like email regulations and SMTP situations that we're running into. So we're realizing that these WordPress sites that we're building are just like pieces of patchwork that we've got to slap together all these different kinds of plugins and services just to get a functioning website. So right now we only have 4 plugins on all of our WordPress websites. We have Ninja Forms, which is our form one. We have Yoast SEO, just to do meta descriptions and title tags easily. We have Updraft Plus, which is for backups. And we have WP SMTP. That's in order when somebody fills out a form, it sends that lead to the client in their inbox, and you need an SMTP for that now, not just SPF and DKIM records in your DNS settings. The SMTP we use is Mailgun. So we've had to we fought tooth and nail not to have to add that additional plugin. It just became another thing we have to add, another cost to every single website, and another security issue for having a third-party plugin in WordPress. Additionally, like if we're gonna have like clients overseas or like in California or other states, we have to have a CMP, a consent management platform, like a cookie banner. WordPress doesn't have one natively. We have to go with like Cookie S, or we have to go with like another third party, which is another plugin, another cost. And because none of this is native, and it's like as we scale, it's just getting more and more time intensive, and it's more security risks. It's more of this. So Wix Studio has all that built in. It has an SMTP plug built in. It has a consent management platform built in. It has their forms and their form databases built in. Everything is built in. And they have their own like app and plugin store too, which has like over 1,000 apps on it. Everything you need. And it's like $20 a month. per site. So what the interesting thing with Wix Studio too is like you can have an agency account, and then underneath that you have those sub accounts, almost like if you're familiar with like WP Engine or WP Engine for a hosting provider. And then your clients would pay their hosting to Wix. So they would pay the $20. You're not on the hook for that. So like we're on the hook for our hosting for our clients because we have a reseller server through MDD hosting. That's another cost. So they pay for their own Wix website, and then we get, I think, 20 to 30% commission from their hosting. Now, if they leave us, we still get that hosting. Like we still get that commission. So like that's just another revenue item to come in. Sorry, I'm just going off now. The argument for not moving to Wix Studio is people say that it's not SEO friendly, which is absolute BS. The referencing study is from like 2015 on the old Wix editor. Wix Studio is different from Wix editor. Wix Studio is for agencies specifically. Additionally, Wix Studio comes with it's fully customizable. There's headless. You can do they have a built-in IDE, so you can do custom coding if a widget or an app or plugin or whatever needs to be slightly modified. You can open the IDE. It's AI integrated, so you can literally just be like, hey, I want to do this. Please develop code for this, and it'll just inject it right away. Boom, you're done. Like it's just everything is just so much easier. It's all secure. The security on Wix Studio sites is like top IT companies are using it. Top IT departments are using it. So like it's just all around. I think the future of website CMSs, especially for agencies, are going to move to these platforms like Wix Studio. I think there's still going to be a lot of people using WordPress because that's just kind of the standard default. And I think a lot of people use WordPress as a crutch to, as like an information gap between themselves and their clients, and being like, hey, you have to rely on me to keep your website up. And that's not our business model. So like our business model is service delivery, ads, SEO, leads. The website CMS doesn't matter. Jake says, good to know. I'm gonna start looking into it. Yeah, definitely worth looking into it. We just had our last sponsored episode with Wix, so everything I say moving forward is no longer sponsored and just purely my recommendation. And then shorts 30% for studio sites. Okay, cool. Thanks for confirming that. Sean says, I did some research after you mentioned charging the first time, and I tend to agree with you on all points. I'm interested to see how easy it'll be for you guys to change the narrative with prospects who don't know any better. Charging the first time for what? Are you talking about our onboarding cost? Like to build the site? Oh, changing. Okay, sorry. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. You were right. So changing the first time, I tend to agree with you. Yeah, we talked to we've had two different agencies on our podcast. We've actually had 3 agencies on our podcast who use Wix Studio, but 2 of them in particular. One is a branding agency that does websites. Another one was a development agency. Like they actually built software using Wix Headless. And I asked them both the question, does using a CMS like Wix, or with Wix in the name, does that have a negative impact or negative perspective from your clients' end? And their answer was no. Like, as long as you're delivering the product the client's happy with, then that's fine. The challenge that I think we might face is other agency owners bashing our clients' websites, saying it's on Wix and providing like a false narrative because they're uneducated. And so we kind of have to be at the front of that, which will be a challenge. But the other challenge is going to be like when we sell our websites, our clients ask us if they own it. And yes, they do. It's on WordPress. And I tell them, like, part of our sales script is my sales script, because I'm the only person doing it, is you can take your website with you. So like, even if you wanted to pause marketing or cancel services, you absolutely can. And if you wanted to separate from our hosting, you have access to your website. So you can take those WordPress files and you can take them to a service like GoDaddy, and they'll stand that up for free. I think so, with a subscription. Then they're truly disconnected from us. One second, I'm gonna shut my door. my wife is also working from home, so like I don't want. She's in a meeting right now. I can tell when her door's shut, so I don't want to like interrupt her with this. But with Wix, they can also separate from us. They can separate from our agency account. They can go to a new agency account. They can be on their own. Their pricing doesn't change. The difference is like they still have to stay in the Wix ecosystem though. So I can't tell them they can move away from Wix and go to GoDaddy or whatever. Like they have to stay within that ecosystem, which I think is beneficial for them anyways, because a lot of them aren't updating PHP or plugins or their theme or WordPress core, like, and things break when they don't have a developer on staff. So I think it's better for small businesses and local businesses to be on a platform like Wix anyways. Jake says, I love WP, but maintenance can be a bit demanding sometimes. Yeah, I mean, it's a time suck, and that's not what like our core services are. So like we used to charge like $25 a month for hosting because we're like trying to compete with GoDaddy, and it just wasn't worth it. Like, why would we? And so we ended up we changed it, and we also didn't want to chase that down. Like we were chasing down invoices for $25 a month, and we're like, why? So we upped it to, what is it? It's you either pay quarterly or you pay annually now, and you don't. Quarterly is like, what is it, $300 a month, and annually is $1,000 a year. And so now we don't have to chase. We're not chasing $25 down. We're not chasing like monthly hosting stuff down. It's just like less work. But like honestly, I don't even want to charge for hosting. I don't want to host. Period. But that's why like you can put them on their own Wix hosting, and then you can put them on their own Wix hosting, and then they just pay Wix. You never have to worry about that, and then you get a commission in perpetuity. Let's see. Sean says, it's so easy right now to say we utilize WordPress along with 42% of the world, and I've definitely grown accustomed to that ease. Yeah, it's way easy to sell the fact that you're working on WordPress, and clients can understand that. If you're on WordPress and you switch to Wix Studio, or like you switch to like another CMS, you can maintain your WordPress expertise and say like, yeah, we used to build on WordPress, but we realized that, it's not a like forward thinking solution. And that's why we switched to this CMS. So that's kind of probably the angle that I'm going to be taking when we do make that transition to Wix Studio. Jake says, my flaw with it is they don't actually own the website. If they do Wix or Squarespace, they are at the will of being screwed over wherever. My sites are on WP, and I give them a PDF guide about how to manage their site, and they can pay a retainer / plan for us to do it / hosting or plus hosting. Yes, what I would say to that, Jake, is they're at the whim of, you're saying they're kind of at the whim of Squarespace or Wix or whatever. Which is true in a sense. However, like if you haven't been following like the WP Engine and Automatic situation, you're actually on WordPress. You're kind of at the whim of your host, and there's just more things that can go wrong. Now, like if you want to rebuild the site on a different platform, you definitely can. And I think like enterprise clients might want to not be on like one of those like all-in-one CMSs. But definitely, I think it would be worth, like local businesses would be on Wix Studio. So, also a client of mine just joined me live on TikTok. Hey, Corey. Sean says the real answer here is that managing websites for clients is awful. Yeah, 100%. I don't want to be a website management company. I want to be a marketing company. Oh, you self-host through AWS? Well, then your clients are the whim of you. So, like, either way, your clients, like, your business is always going to be at the whim of the host. Whether it's Wix or WordPress or AWS or you, like, I mean, how many people were at the whim of CloudStrike when that went down? Like, everything has downtime. Everything has issues. I've been trying to send an email for like 30 minutes. Okay. Cody says... yeah, I mean, like, Jake, I don't want to, like... Your sales perspective, when you say, like, clients are at the whim of Wix Studio or, like, at Squarespace or whatever when they're on those platforms, is true and valid, and that is a good sales tactic if you are a staunch WordPress person, and you should continue using that. I can give you my sales perspective if somebody were to counter with that and say, hey, I'm at the whim of them. I'd be like, you're at the whim of anybody. It just, like, it's all about perspective and how you want to sell your services and the kind of agency you want to own. I don't want to own a web development company. Like, I want to own, our position is we get you leads. Why does your CMS matter? And then I want to give as much control and power to our clients as possible. And the way that I can do that is by having them not rely on a developer of any sort and just be with a secure platform. Jenny, what's up? Jenny joined the YouTube chat. She's my business partner's wife. Hence the last name. I actually have Cody's chat popped open on the left screen here. Yeah, Jake, yeah. That's all it is. And like, our websites don't look crazy good. Like, they perform, and that's the point. And so sometimes clients come to us and they want like really good looking websites. And like, I don't think our websites are like astonishing. Like, they're straightforward, they perform, they get leads. That's what matters. Oh, we miss you. You guys got to come to Chicago. Cody just sent me a link to a Japanese store that has like really good ramen that's like 15 minutes from us. Okay. So Cody says this client actually paid for marketing in July, which is 2 months late. So Angie is going to send the standard email to him about a debit for last month. Weird. He suggested dropping the ad spend from the $1,000 down to like $500. So let's do that too with the appropriate ad spend. Jenny, you should ask Cody about the review bomb crisis control that we basically had to deal with this morning. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I figured it would be fun to do. It's kind of a double-edged sword for me because at one point, like, it forces me to be in my seat, but at the same time, like, I really enjoy talking to everybody that comes in here. I'm getting a call from Ohio. Spam. What that means. You have to, you just got to ask him. Review bomb crisis control. I can't say the client name. Starts with town. Did Cody send you the what that means video, hopefully? No. I don't think so. Sean says, you mentioned Chicago, so I have to ask, have you been to the Wiener Circle? No, but it sounds sexy. What is that? Sean says, no, real people live in Ohio. It's no real people. That's true. I went to Cincinnati for a paintball tournament like 2 months ago, and it felt like a fever dream. Like I don't know what Ohio is. Why does it? Why is it even there? We did go to a big boy restaurant though. You know, like back in the 80s, like or like 70s and 80s, like Big Boy. Dr. Evil flew out of a Big Boy spaceship in Austin Powers. And I took a picture next to the Big Boy statue because I'd never seen one in person. And the food was so bad. And it makes sense why I've never seen one. But I can say that I went to Big Boy. Jake says, how do you even fix a review bomb? Okay, so let me tell you the story. Okay, it's not too long. So over the weekend, I noticed that one of our clients got review bombed. They got like 6 one-star reviews on their Google profile. He told me to call him today, so I did, and he said that he got another one on his Facebook profile. And the Facebook review actually had content, so all the Google ones didn't. The Facebook one said the owner said something super racist on TikTok, and I was like, oh. And he goes, Jake, and we're dealing with landscaping and lawn care businesses, right? So these owners, like these guys are like kind of gruff and like they're a deep voice, almost kind of like Southern draw. And I was like, he goes, Jake, you don't know me, but he goes, I'm married to a dude, and we have a black daughter. And I was like, you didn't have to say any of that. I believed it wasn't, you didn't do it. But so basically, people on TikTok confused his business for this other like racist owner, and started leaving him bad reviews. That's the review bomb. Now it didn't get super viral because he only got 6 one-star Google reviews and 1 bad Facebook recommendation. So we just reported all of them. He responded to the Facebook one and said, this isn't me, like you have it confused. And then we reported it, and that's that. He was sick to his stomach. Like he was not doing well. And I was like, you should you should not worry about this. Like, we'll take care of it. If it was like 100 reviews or like 200 reviews, like if the video actually went viral on TikTok, then what we would have done, I would have coached him. I'm like, you need to post a TikTok video. We need to try to get some virality to that. We need to find the original one, respond to it. And then what my next course of action would have been, contact your local news station. And that's it. Like, that's all you can do. But normally if you get that kind of like volume, Facebook and Google usually shut down people leaving reviews to your stuff anyways. Sean says, pasted a YouTube video that perfectly describes the Wiener Circle in the Discord. Watch later, and sorry in advance for ruining your algorithm. Watch later. I'll watch later. Okay. All right, we need to email this sales call that I had. The septic company. Back to the septic company. Okay. Hey, client or prospect. It was good finally connecting with you today. I'll draft up a proposal for opportunity with ad spend, primarily on Google. And take a look at other platforms as well. I really only need 2 things from you. One is a list of the services you offer. I'll say, like, be as detailed as you can be. Septic maintenance and installation is 2 services And then are there different types of septic systems? And does that, and do people know those? Do people know those? An example is pool installation. I've run across this just in our industry, but an example is the pool installation industry. Like there's pool installations, and then there are different types of pools that people search for. That would be helpful to know for keywords, service keywords. And 2, I need to know your service area. Is it the entire state? Do you have specific zip codes? Etc. Yeah. Let me know this, and I can get working on that proposal. All right, we did that. I've got a sales call follow-up on my to-do list I can mark off now. Okay. Ad hoc client emails. I have a client that emailed me like 5 days ago and I haven't responded to, and it's about time I respond to it. Normally I get back to clients within 24 hours, usually less than that. Some clients I get back to within like an hour. This client emails a lot, like a lot. And so my responses are never short either. So I am like very verbose and give him as much information as possible. So like sometimes I'll spend like hours on an email and then he'll send me like another one right away. I'll be like, I'm not going to spend 2 more hours on this next email. Okay. Hey Lance, sorry for the delayed response. Okay. This client, he said, I covered this in the last stream, but he said that he wanted to like adjust his ads to like only serve to like upper income people, and then he considered having a landing page for like lower income people and then upper income people, and I was like, that's weird. Why would you do that? What's your lower income people landing page gonna say? Like, hey brokies, we also provide services to you. So instead I responded to him and said, there's no need to adjust ad creative. I said, we actually did a study about this. Cody did this a while back about like income and like click-through rates and things like cost per conversions and things like that. We actually found like the top 10% of households convert better than the bottom percent. So what we do is we bid 10% higher for top 10%, and then we bid 20% lower for the lower 50%, and that kind of self-filters that. So I explained that to him. Then he emailed me back and said, can you double check our settings, please? Sure, which we did. Also, I like to exclude ages under 34. So this is another thing that I'm just going to have to respond to him and be like, hey, they already kind of self-filter. Like we don't get like leads for that. So, hey Lance, there isn't really any search data or volume for anyone under 34. They kind of self filter anyways, but you'd only be doing yourself harm if you intentionally excluded those people, because I am under 34 and hire weekly lawn care. I think that's enough said. Let me file that away. Where's their folder? There it is. Jake says, I finally had someone actually decide to not be a client of mine because of my branding, which has vulgar stuff on the website, but it was due to the beliefs they had, so I can respect it a ton. Yeah, you attract the audience you want to, just based on how you present yourself. So like if you don't want professional focused clients, then be vulgar, be explicit like Gary Vee, like do those things. Just know you're not going to get clients on the other end of the spectrum. I don't think it's hurtful to position yourself as a professional that's a little bit more like politically correct in the business space. I don't think it would hurt you at all. Now, I think if you went up against someone who was more explicit in their content and they were targeting like the blue collar crowd, I think you might lose out on some sales for people who just want to work with personalities, but no one would think negatively of you and your business. They would just like another business more. And that's kind of how I perceived it. Yeah, I almost switched myself, but realized I shouldn't go back on it. Just however you want to perceive yourself, man. That's all. I think being like kind of like campy and edgy in the beginning is really good. It's a differentiator in a saturated market. We did something similar with our podcast. So we used to be called the Agency Growth Podcast. Used to be called the Ever Bros, because our agency is Evergrow, and so it was kind of like tongue in cheek. And we switched to like Ever Bros, the Agency Growth Podcast. There's like a colon there. But what we found out was like Wix and Ahrefs and like some of these big companies were like being guests on the podcast, and they didn't have a problem like cussing on it at all. But when the episode came out and they wanted to like promote it, they wouldn't say they were on the Ever Bros podcast. They would call it the Evergrow podcast, which is not what it's called. Or like some other name. I was on Jake and Cody's podcast. They wouldn't say Ever Bros, and it kind of became like this like weird thing where we were crossing this boundary of like getting like really big companies and brands and professionals who wanted to interact with us, but our branding was embarrassing to them. I think that's what really had us like cut off Ever Bros. And for what it's worth, I never liked Ever Bros. That was a Cody thing. I respected I was like, yeah, we can do it. Like it is funny. It's tongue in cheek. Like we're like, Cody and I are like the least broiest people in the world, but only we were in on that joke. So like we would have people say like, hey, I didn't want to listen to your podcast because it felt broy because of the name. We should have saw it coming, but that's okay. That makes sense from a PR standpoint. Yeah. Business gets less fun the bigger you get in terms of like what you can do and get away with. I think Gary Vee is an exception. Oh, I gotta head into. I got a meeting, so I'm gonna leave the stream on. But I gotta switch. I have to switch the screen, so you can't see the meeting. Jenny, random question. I have an employee dealing with family issues, but his attendance has become very inconsistent. He's used all his PTO, and since his reset last week, he's already taken more. He often notifies me only minutes before the workday starts, which makes planning difficult. I think you're asking the wrong person. Do you know who I am? He mentioned a very sick family member, but details are vague, and I'm questioning if he can balance his role right now. He's been a strong performer for 2 years with no prior problems. I would bring that up to him. I would say like, yeah, he's lying. Sean says he's lying on Twitch. Give the role the needed focus. We may need to consider other options. Any advice on how best to approach this conversation, especially if parting ways becomes necessary? I mean, if it's a good performer, like the first thing I would do is see if another role suits him at least temporarily. That's like less burdensome, but like have to reduce his hours or reduce something. Like that's what we would do. That's what I would consider for one of our team members. It'd be like, hey, I don't like. We need like. I understand like this is going on, and you like, but like, you, this is what we need, and that's the fact of the matter. So I think you can still have compassion, but I also explain like your needs as a company and your needs as like a manager. So, um, I mean, as long as he's got PTO, there's not a lot you can do. Lauren's dealing with something similar with an employee using PTO. Uh, she's been doing a lot of hiring and HR stuff lately with her team. She might be a good resource to ask too. Okay, I got a call with the call tracking metrics agency partner team. So I'm gonna just go to my main camera. There you go. And I'm gonna join the meeting like this, so you guys can hear me discuss, or maybe not. Hopefully, it doesn't like make my video all funky. Oh, it did. It's son of a. Let's see. I'll be right back. I'm gonna restart the stream. Damn it. Hey, Brian. Good. Sorry, technical difficulties. Yeah. So we uh we've been working with Sorry, guys, I'm in a meeting right now. Matt, have I used agency analytics? It's like $18 an account, so we spend like $700 a month total. It's crazy. Yeah, but if it's like built in to your pricing, which ours is once we did like a pricing fix, then it's fine. You just have to scale it with that. As a line item, it looks expensive, but it's supposed to scale with you and scale with your clients. Yeah, I can show you after I'm done with this meeting. So we're back. Sorry about that. I had this like random meeting on my calendar at noon, and kind of forgot about it. So I was like midstream working on that. Matt, are you still here? I can answer your reporting question. Sorry. Sean said he forgot he was here and it scared him when I came back. Sorry. Yeah, I just finished my so I had a call with Call Tracking Metrics to be set up as an agency / referral partner. So now we can finally get some podcast commission on sending agencies over there. Okay, let's go back to reporting. I was emailing a client that has emailed us like 5 days ago that I haven't responded to. Let's see. Where are we? Here it is. Okay. 5 days ago. Let's get some Lofi back on here. Hold on. There we go. Properties. There we go. How do we... Oopsie. Delete this Twitch comment. Okay. All right. So this client, he sent me a bunch of questions regarding ads a few days ago. He said he wanted to focus on what do I recommend in September and October for landscaping and lawn care ads. Also, right now he wants to focus on HOA contracts, which I explained to him like we can't because they search, because his marketing is like search based, so we can't just be like, we only want to target HOAs that are searching. It's like they're using the same keywords as residential clients, so can't really segment that out. I explained that to him. He wants to pause all lawn and landscaping ads that have just one active for the above mentioned customers. Oh, well, yeah, we can't. We're not going to pause that. I said, regarding the question on what ads we should spend in September and October, because we're only doing Google ads, we don't need to make any ad creative or ad adjustments. Google is market driven, so we only spend money on things people are looking for. If they're not looking for it, we don't spend the money. He says, so you are saying we don't need to adjust our ads to focus on leaf cleanup or irrigation, winterization, something like that? My thoughts are, what are the odds of someone signing up for lawn service right now so late in the season? But it is possible if they are not happy with the current provider or they just moved. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to post it in my new response and say, this is correct. And then I'll also say, like, it's possible, but if people don't search, then it won't spend. Additionally, they could be searching for a new provider for next year, in which case, if I were you, I would want to show up. The next point he said, I said, however, having a conversation around budget and what we should spend on Google ads for that is totally different. Your impression share so far in August is less than 10%. That's basically your market share. The market share loss to only your budget is 20%. So technically speaking, you could triple your Google ads budget and see the same results for September. He responds with, if we increase our ad budget and see the same results, does that mean we shouldn't increase our ad budget? If we increase our ad budget and see the same results, does that mean we shouldn't increase our ad budget? No, that means you should. I need to explain to him that, like, no, that means you should. Unless you're unhappy with the current results. I can't remember what his current results were. Let's look at them real quick. So we're referencing August. Pull up in his sub account in Google Ads. In August, he spent, oops, that's 2017. No, we want last month. There we go. He spent $515 and got 4 conversions. That is if we change this to cost per conversion, $129 per conversion. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to check Google Analytics, because for some reason, like, Google Ads has not been capturing all the leads, but Analytics has. If you filter by source and medium. I don't know why. I don't know why there's a disconnect, but if you're spending $500 and getting 4 leads, $125 per lead, but if you got 6 leads, suddenly your cost per acquisition, I think, is less than $100. Is that right? Math is hard. Yeah, that's $83 per lead. And now, that's really good. So, the difference between tracking 1 lead can be the difference between, a good cost per acquisition and a bad one. So I'm on their Google Analytics account. We're going to go to generate leads. We're going to go to user acquisition. And then we're going to change this primary column to filter source and medium. Change the dates to all of August. And I see Google CPC. I see, well, this says key events 0, which is a lie unless I'm in the wrong analytics account, which I could be. No, I was in the right one. So in this situation, Google Analytics isn't even tracking correctly, but Google Ads is. Oh, that could be we got 0 on the website, but the conversions came from the call extensions in Google search. That's probably why they're not showing up in Google Analytics. If I go to conversions summary and we look, where are they? There we go. This is August, yeah. I see 2 website form submissions. Why is that not showing up in analytics? What? So it's a really unique thing. So we're tracking 4 conversions on It must be an attribution thing. Like it must just be like first call versus or first click versus last click or something. So I'll go with that. You average $125 per lead on Google Ads last month. Some clients would consider that good if they're selling bigger jobs or contracts. What I'm saying is if we increase the budget, our cost per lead wouldn't increase. In theory, given that you have more room in the impression share loss to budget. Okay, the last thing I said was regarding the second part in the ads, commercial HOA apartment clients don't search for different terms when it comes to the services you offer. They still use the same terminology that residential clients use. He said, I agree. So I just don't have to respond to that one. I'll send that. We'll file this away. Lisa said, I just thought of something. If we make next door description short enough, 2 to 3 lines, so that they don't get the read more button, does that mean that we won't get charged for clicks? Then is that why brands advertise only 2 lines of text so they don't get clean? No. So so she's basically asking me like Facebook, if you click on an ad, she's wondering if we get charged for a click. But usually in social platforms like Facebook or Instagram or whatever, you don't get charged per click. You get charged per impression or reach or however you're bidding there. There's a cost per click, but it's just your cost divided by how many clicks you get. It's not not what you're getting charged by. But this Nextdoor is a new platform, so we'll probably have to talk to Parker, who's our rep, to see how Nextdoor bills. Usually it's by impression. So clicks don't matter. They calculate a cost per click, but that's not how they charge. Usually pay-per-click is like Google Ads or Bing or Yelp or like search engine focused services. Okay. We have some more client emails to go through quick. Oh, I need to update this. When my stream went AWOL, everything got reset. There we go. Okay, let's see. Getting kind of hungry. Okay. One client's asking if his ads are running. I have to just open his account and double check. I see a green circle. That's a good sign. Usually means they are. Change the dates to today. Google Ads isn't loading properly. What is going on? Oh, none of your ads are running. So we have to make sure they paid. Let's see. Checking their invoices right now to see if no, their ads. Oh no, their ads aren't running. No. Because they have lawn pest services, but we don't do anything. Okay, so we're not doing local service ads. Let's try it. Ricardo. A client emailed me like August 22nd. He was asking if his ads are up and running, but we had never settled on a budget, like definitively. So I don't know what to invoice him, so I never invoiced him. And then he was like, "Hey, our ads up and running." I'm like, "No." So I was basically like, "Hey, sorry for the miscommunication. I just think we got a little distracted with a separate conversation we were having in the email thread. But we can have these ads up and running today if we can agree on the budget, and I can send you that invoice over." Bro, let's see. Okay. I have a client who wanted me to build an application form on their website. So the way I built it, he had like some questions he wanted on there that are like kind of random job interview questions. But hold on one sec. So we built that out, and I have conditional logic in there. So if they select certain questions, then it'll send him an email and say like if the application is denied or not based on their selections. And so he has some updates that he wants me to make to it. So that's what I'm doing right now. Okay. So forms. What I like about this form too is that I get really annoyed at application forms that ask you to submit a resume and then immediately have you like fill out all of your job information again, even though it's like already on your resume. So I have conditional logic built in this form to where like someone says, if they select I have a resume, then all those employment questions just go away. They don't have to answer those. And I like to think that I'm fighting in the good fight. All right, so he says, could you add a field to request the previous supervisor's contact phone number? Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Where does he want this? Ah, here we go. Well, no. Where do you want that? I guess I could do it on both the both pages here. Let's do he wants to have fields to where they put their previous supervisor's phone number in there. So I can do it on the application page, but if they select I have a resume, then it's going to skip this page. Or like the job history page. So I have to put that there, and then I also in the upload a resume page of the form, because it's multi-page. So it's like the first one is like the job position. You select that, and you go to the next page of the form. And there's like a progress bar. So on this one, I just have to put like maybe like a single line text that just says like previous supervisor's name, name, and then we'll copy that. Let's see, previous supervisor's title. And then we'll add a phone number field for previous supervisor's phone number. Done. Oh, we have to put the word resume before it so we can distinguish it. Wish I could show you my screen just so you guys can follow along more. Okay, let's see. Also, can we? I'm gonna do him a solid. I'm gonna make his form a little cooler, and I'm gonna go to I'm gonna make that option the previous supervisor phone number thing. I'm gonna make that option hidden unless they select can we contact this one. So what makes this it makes this difficult because like this is a radio button. I'll leave it the way it is. Okay, let's go back to his no. Where is it at? Okay, so let's see. Also, can we add the question back in asking who their favorite celebrity is? He wants one of these fun questions on his form, which is totally fine. I ask weird questions during interviews too, just to see what people say. We'll do this here. Who is your favorite celebrity? Okay. Publish that. That's good. He wants the starting pay on the page to read $55,000 a year for a lawn care technician, which is crazy good. We don't even pay that for our entry level. All right. This is pay range. We're gonna change this to 55,000 per year. We need to change this header image here too, because it's the template from another client. No bueno. My bad. What? Where is it? Where's the background image? Oh, background. Here we go. All right. Okay, so we can just do this one. Just throw it in there. Is it the same as the homepage? No. Good. Email them back. Say all updated. Okay. And now we'll toss this. Updated. And we'll toss those into his client folder in my email to keep it organized. Okay, another client says, hey guys, can we get our Instagram and Google business pages linked here at the bottom of the website? So left screen here. here. He is that's where this email is. So we're gonna go to his website. And in the bottom, he wants that in the footer there. Okay. Let's go to his footer. Enable a visual builder. And is Google on here? It is on here. Cool. All right, so let's open up Instagram. And we have to go to his Instagram page, which I have no idea. This client has a weird, like they have a unique business name. And by unique, I mean it's just 2 nouns that are very common for the snowblowing industry. And it's like very hard to Google them. Like you would think it's a really good domain and a really good business name, but like another example is like I was going to, before Evergrow Marketing was Evergrow Marketing, I was going to call it Evergreen Marketing, which is already like a term. So like trying to rank for that would be difficult, which is why I went with Evergrow, because it was like a modifier that wasn't really being used. This client has kind of fallen into that trap, which is like what's hard to search for you because you have such a generic, like it's so generic. So instead of like going on Instagram and trying to find his business, I'm going to go to his Facebook page because it's already linked and see if it's connected to his Instagram. It's not. Imagine that. Neat. So we're going to go to Instagram. And we're going to search for snowblow in this that is literally okay. I type in his business name plus his town, and I just get like a bunch of scantily clad women. What? Instagram sucks. I hate this platform. Okay, I'm just gonna have to email and be like, I need your Instagram link because I can't find you. Hey Dylan, I need your Instagram link. Business, I can't find it. Surprisingly. I'll say unsurprisingly. Okay. But his Google business profile, we can also link down there. So we're going to go to Google. And the link to that, we got to go to business.google.com. Open up our account that has access to all the clients' Google business profiles. Type in his business name, go to it, and then grab the link to his profile. Drop it into the website. There we go. Google has been added, by the way. Now we got to file that one away. While this does remind me, for this particular client, they have an irrigation company and they also have a snow blowing company that does winter work. He wants to run Google ads for snow blowing right now. He actually wanted to do it last month. So I was like, you're going to need like the minimum budget possible. I wouldn't even recommend doing this until like November, December. But he wanted to run them anyways. Surprise, surprise, they didn't spend. No one is searching snow blowing right now. So instead of refunding him, he paid again this month. And so instead of refunding him, I think I'm going to convince him to do like basically Facebook ads and say, I bet we can get people who are preparing for the winter if we do like a FOMO thing, like get on the snow blowing schedule before it fills up or something. So I'm just going to email him now. Actually, I'm going to do it. He should have gotten a report. I'm going to find his report, and I'm going to forward that to him and respond to it so I can just clear it from my inbox. Got 40 reports went out, so I've got 147 emails in my inbox. Did he not get a report for this? I gotta pop open agency analytics to see if he's got if his report is set up. It's not. That's annoying. Okay. So I have to message our team and be like, why don't they have a report set up? Okay, so I'll just email him then. Didn't run any ads last month. It just didn't spend. There's no volume. As I figured. Diggity says, I need to practice English. I'm so bad at it, and it's my first language. Well, how old are you? There's no volume. No. As I figured. I see you paid for this month as well, which would bring the total ad spend not being spent to 500. I say we put that into Nextdoor as well and see if we can get in front of people not thinking about snow removal versus waiting for people to start searching for it. Let me know your thoughts. Nah, you seem fine to me, Diggity. You spelled practice wrong, but that's okay. I'm not really good at English either. This looks like spam. Official. Yeah. Wait. I revised the subscription as well, but I have it here. The marketing services subscription ends September 15th and their hosting starts. Yes, that's correct. This client is saying that he wanted to block all age groups under 34 from serving Google ads to. And I said, you don't need to be hurting yourself if you did that, because I'm under 34 and I hire a lawn care company, which is what he is. And he goes, yeah. He replies back and he goes, yeah, that's because you're a CEO. Most other 34 is still living in an apartment. Then I just said, yeah, but like I said, they self-filter out, and you'd be missing any other CEOs in your area who might be in a similar position. Or engineers, web devs, etc. Web devs, young doctors. We can if you want. Ultimately, I just wouldn't want to. Now, if we were running Facebook ads, then I might consider it. Because you would be getting in front of those 34-year-olds and younger who are totally not in market. With Google, people are searching, which usually indicates high intent and the income to afford it. Just, it's like answering emails is like 2 steps forward and 1 step back. It's like I feel like I spend time answering an email and then like 4 of them comes in. Okay. I just got an email, like a solicitation email, and usually I just like throw these away. But we just had a podcast episode with Steve Fair, and we mentioned like a joke. It was like if somebody was like, "Hey, I will buy you lunch if you sit on a sales call with me." And I was like, absolutely, I would listen. I would 100% do that if you're going to buy me lunch. I just got an email that says, "Hey, Jake, if you're open to it, I'd love to send you a $100 Amazon gift card and show you over a virtual lunch how their company can save my team loads of time each month. We automate a bunch of manual processes that your current system can't. For example, actually seeing how it'll allow you to do things like fully onboard people in 90 seconds is really powerful." Like, I kind of don't want to, but like, dude, seriously? Sean says he got an iPad for meeting with a company earlier this year. I kind of want $100. They kind of look. This company. They kind of look like Deal. So Deal is the platform that we use to hire, to pay our contractors and manage their contracts. It also has like built-in HR features. I'll respond to him and say, "Hey Miles, I'm game for a $100 Amazon gift card." And then I'll say, "Show me what you got." Wait, he said offer details here. Let me click this link. What does this say? It's like promotion details. Hey, they're doing iPads too, dude. Not in this offer though, but in their terms, like the promotion terms. There's one here that says iPad promotion rules and limitations. But this is just the gift card. Oh, make sure it's clarification that it's the first meeting. Let's see. Qualifying persons will receive an email from this company within 10 business days after completing the questionnaire containing instructions on how to redeem their choice of either $100 DoorDash or $100 Visa. To qualify for a prize. Well, that's a prize. That's different. Where is... That's their fault though. Sean says he feels bad because the company was way more than what he needed and was not 100% fit for them. I think that's their fault. That was their fault for not prospecting correctly. Don't take that on you. Okay. Promotions cannot be applied to previous purchases. Promotions are not transferable. To qualify for an offer, you must be directly responsible for evaluating or making business decisions regarding your companies. You used to purchase. If you qualify for an offer, we will contact you via the email address. If you violate any terms, this is too much to read. I'm gonna say, show me. Is it? I'll say, is it just? This is crazy though, because like I also got an email from Google willing to pay me like $150 just for like an hour long interview. I did a pre-screening interview this morning, and they're like, I think I get like $50 for that. So it's like these Amazon gift cards are just flowing in. I'll take them. My 147 emails is now down to 95. $94, $93. $89. In Stacked Marketer, there's an article or a section in the newsletter that says good SEO is still good GEO, and Google tests gaming the search experience. I really I understand what people mean by like generative engine optimization and like optimizing an LLM to like recommend your business and things like that. But at the end of the day, it's still SEO. It's still search engine optimization. You're still searching it, and it's still a search engine. Additionally, generative engines or LLMs are not search engines. They utilize search engines to get you in, the information and query that information. So at the end of the day, you still have to do SEO in order to do what people are calling GEO. And it's a huge gripe of mine, but like GEO is not a thing. Don't make it a thing. Quit making it a thing so you can look smarter in front of your clients. And end rant. I think I have one client email to respond to now. No, two. Sorry. Two, and then I can finally do client reporting, which it's already getting to the end of the day. Okay. So, I think this is the same client that's like questioning the age groups and income levels. He says, I think currently our lawn and landscape ads get the same amount of budget. Or you say they consume the budget based on demand. Well, I want to double our budget to focus specifically on lawn mowing customers. Can we do that? So, in order to answer that question, I need to open his Google Ad account and look at his impression share for each of his campaigns for landscaping and lawn care. So we'll go to his account. And what we're going to do is go to his campaigns. His total budget, I believe, is $500, so it's not a ton. Master tracker? Yeah. What's his name? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's spending $500 now. If I look at his campaign, we're only 3 days into the month, so I've got to look at it. I've got to look at August to kind of look forward a little bit. His impression share was less than 10% in total, spending $500. His lawn services campaigns collectively had less than 10% impression share, with 16% lost the budget, which means, yeah, he could double his budget. Yeah, I mean, he can't do that. Well, I want to double our budget to focus specifically on lawn mowing customers. Can we do that? Hey, Lance. Yes, we can do that. Your lawn care campaigns. Oh wait, but his lawn services campaigns last month only spent $50. The rest of the budget went to landscaping. So his less than 10% impression. So his 17% loss to budget for lawn care is based on only spending $50. He has the same like 17% loss to impression share for landscaping, but that's based off of spending like $450. So I'll just explain this. I like sometimes I'm kind of at a point where like I feel like if I over explain things to him, he's gonna have more questions, and I'm just gonna be in this constant loop, versus just being like, yeah, we can do that, and then just do it. But like I can't consciously bring myself to do that. Like he needs explanations. Like I just feel a need to like arm my clients with all the information possible. So yes, we can do that. I'm gonna say last month, demand dictated the spend went to primarily landscaping with $450 of the $500 budget. The other $50 was allocated towards lawn care services. All campaigns had less than 10% impression share, with 17% loss to budget. However, keep in mind that at $450 spent for landscaping, 17% of the impression share was lost to budget, while the same percentage lost to budget for lawn care was only at $50. Having said all this, we can double the total budget to bring it to $1,000 and allocate the additional $500 specifically to the lawn care campaigns. I do think there is some room there. Okay, so after I send, I'm going to wait for his confirmation. Once he says, yeah, let's double it, then I'll have Angie and our team send him an invoice for the increased ad spend plus additional management fee because of the increased ad spend. And then I'll have to message Lisette and send and tell her that she needs to create a combined budget between the lawn care campaigns to increase it by $500 basically. So file this email away. 72 inbox. 40 of those are client reports, so we could be down to 32. Okay, last client email before I can actually go on reporting. Okay, let's see. Oh, I have a cat. My cat is outside my door. One sec. Okay. This client kind of wants a lot. He's only on hosting. When you're only on hosting, you don't really get a lot of our time. He wants a review widget to pull in his Google reviews, which is fine. I can do that for free. But he also kind of wants like a site redesign, like not like crazy, but like some element, like rounded corners on elements and like color changes and things like that. And I think that's gonna take some time, and I can't do that for free. So my email to him is, and before I file this away and do nothing with it until he responds, is basically going to be like, well, he also wants like, he generated a website from sitesgpt.com and was like, this is kind of like what I'm looking for. And I was like, did you feed it our website? Because it kind of looks like the sites that we build. He said he didn't. But one thing about this site is every page has like a video embed in the hero section, which does look nice. But then I'm like, do you have the actual videos? And he goes, no, that was generated as part of the site's GPT. And I'm like, well, if you can extract, I need to say to them, like, if you can extract those, then we can use them. Otherwise, like, we have to like make them with another GPT thing, like Canva or something. If we have to do that, that's additional time I have to quote into modifying a site, unless he can just bring them to us. Okay, so yeah, he's only on hosting, so I'll respond to him and say, great. Okay, so you're only on hosting, which means the only task I can do for free here would be adding that review widget. Say 30 minutes of work. The rest of the stuff needs to be quoted at an hourly rate, $150 per hour. Let's look at the website he sent. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one. I'd guess to do some of this stuff is probably going to take, he's got some drop shadows here, rounded corners and everything. This image element is hanging over the edge of this section here. I don't know how to do that off the top of my head, but I can figure it out. I mean, it'd probably take me like 3 hours to do everything on all his pages. It'd probably take me about 3 hours to do everything in your examples. By that, I mean, we're going to say like rounding image edges, adding drop shadows to images, changing section colors, adding overlays like this. I'm getting a call from California. Is it going to be spam? Evergo Marketing, this is Jake. Good, how are you? Right. Cool. Yeah, we can set one up. Well, we have one W-2. We had two, but then we do a lot of we do some contract work as well. Two right now, but we're growing. We're expanding here. Yeah. Deal. I'm doing a profit now, but at the start of next year, we're going to be doing salary. Correct. We haven't crossed it yet, but I think the one thing that we would be like that we would like to look into is like an HR platform, if you guys have that built in, and but otherwise, no, just looking at other options before we S corp beginning of next year and get more people on payroll. Yep, that should work. It's going good. Getting a lot of work done. Thank you for asking. Yep, we can do that. Okay. Could I what? I'm sorry. Yeah, 1 second here. Let me. Yep. Let me get to refresh my. Oh, there it is. Okay. There you go. Yep. Nope. I think we're good. Okay. Awesome. All right. You too. Bye. Dude, Sean. It's all I gotta do is attend the meeting. I get a $100 Amazon gift card. That's it. Yeah. Stoked. I've got like $800 in like Chase credit card rewards gift cards for Amazon coming to my house here soon. For the business, from the business. So I'm like, $150 away from like the free. So I'm trying to. My allergies have been really bad in the house, so has my wife's. But like we're getting like the big quiet from Dyson, like that giant air purifier. And it's like $1,000. I'm about to get it for free with all these Amazon gift cards. You should be. When at the end of the call, when they ask us if there's any more companies or any more people I can refer, I'd be like, yeah, I know a guy. Oh, did you you talked to call tracking metrics, by the way? Was that you? Or am I tripping? Sick. You should send me your agency name because I think I can retroactively get commission on your sign up.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
My Alexa just went off. Nice. Good. Good. Sweet. It'll all go to help the podcast. So additionally, regarding the video elements, the GPT generated, if you can provide those, then that will be helpful. Otherwise, we'll have to explore generating those. And I'm guessing it'll take a couple hours with trial and error in getting the right file sizes. Send. I did this thing like when I have a ton of emails and a client asks me a question and then I ask them a question back for clarification and then I file their email away and I forget about it. It doesn't exist to me until they respond to me. And if they respond to me like a month later and are like, hey, this never went anywhere, I just be like, well, I emailed you about it and you didn't respond, so not my problem. Okay, I think we're done with client emails for today. We are. Let's see. We're down to 69 on the inbox. Okay. I see Oren's in the water cooler in Discord. What's up, Oren? Oh, I see. Oh, wait. That's all right. I don't have my speakers set up in Discord correctly. There we go. Now I should be able to hear you. Hey. What are you doing? Cool. For your agency, Bjorn Holt. Sweet man. I am live streaming. Oh, I mean, you're like, I don't want to look at this guy. I just said, and you were like, oh, I don't want to look at this guy. Yeah. It depends. Like I get views from all over. So like, I can tell you right now, like YouTube is one, Twitch is one, Kick is 0. But like they filter in and out. So like I'll get a viewer in and then they'll ask like a bunch of questions in chat, and then like, dude, this morning was crazy. It's like 11 o'clock my time, and had like 3 people answer. I couldn't get anything done because I was just answering questions. But it's okay. It's fun. I enjoyed it. But I need to go eat something, and then I'm gonna get back to streaming. I gotta do reporting. Came out today for all of our clients, so I'm going through reports for everybody. There's like 40 of them. Yeah, 40 client reports. It's crazy. So like I go through them. They send at midnight on the 3rd of every month, and then I go through all of them, and I forward them to the client. Like the client already got them too, but I'll forward them to the client on my own, and then I'll give them like an executive summary, which could be like a sentence or it could be like a paragraph, and that's like my main point of contact. Yeah, for sure. For the reporting. Yeah, it's all automated. Like all of our all 40 clients got the reports. Like it's all in their inbox. But then like I just go through and I send them like a I just look at it and tell them what I think about it. Um, Otherwise, like there is no other, like we don't talk to our clients at all. So like there is no like client communication other than that. So like if I can just do that once a month, then we're good. Yeah, we don't do monthly calls. We don't do weekly calls. We don't do regular client calls because I've been part of agencies where like like an account manager's entire schedule is just calls with clients, and then like it's just not a fun agency to have. So I don't want that. So now my schedule is usually like wide open. Yeah. How much do I work in a week? Like probably like, I don't know, what is work? Like if I'm driving and I answer a client phone call, is that work? You know, like if I'm laying in bed and answering an email, so I'd probably say like I sit down on my computer at like 8 a.m. every day, and I get up out of it at like 5 p.m. every day. So that's 8 to 5. I don't like take a lunch. I like eat at my desk. So that's what, 9 hours. And then I will still put in like an hour or two at night every day. Between 8 and 5, it's like intensive deep work. I mean, I get distracted here, and I'm getting distracted now talking to you. So this isn't intensive deep work, but like, but yeah, mostly I would say probably like intensive deep work, probably a solid 4 hours. I don't think anybody could do longer than 4 hours of intensive deep work. That is like, that's rough. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. The problem with deep work too is it takes you a while to get there. Like I read a study that was like it takes you like an hour or two to of working to actually enter deep work. And so so like every distraction that comes up, it takes you out of that. So then you have to redo it, which is why like the average employee at a company only gets like 3 hours of actual work done because they have to like every time they're interrupted with a meeting or a call or whatever, they have to reset uh, mentally to actually get good work done. Now, like you could work for 8 hours straight, but it's not like intentional deep work. That's what I've read, and I do kind of believe that. See ya, Sean. Yeah, 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 yeah. I know what you mean, man. I'm gonna run. Oh no, I can't. I don't know. I gotta go eat real quick. I'm like dying. All right. Uh, Probably Huel. Just like a food from a packet that's high protein. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm gonna hop out, but I've been in the live stream if you want to tune into that. Okay, man. Talk to you later. Be right back. We're back. With lunch. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so first report. We're going to open this up. So we review the report. We're heading into, okay. So I open the report. I go to the first page, which we call the foundation. This is just basically like standard SEO, like, and website maintenance. So, or and Google Ads. So the top of our report says how many people visit your website. This is they do kind of a weird service that doesn't get a lot of traction, but they had 98 total users and their total conversions was 19. So they had 5 form submissions, 12 calls, and 2 emails. That's a super high conversion rate. That's like 20%. They must have had like a storm or something, because this is a tree removal company. They do like right-of-way clearing and like heavy storm damage and tree removal. So the 6% increase in conversions year over year. This is where it gets really good. So Google Ads, they spent $243.35. Their cost per lead is $48.67. They had 5 conversions. Their impression share is 35.7%. Their impression share loss to budget is 8%. So they could probably go to, like, they could technically double their budget if they want to, but their cost per lead is going to increase. Otherwise, it's just not another really, just a good month. Now, their Google Business profile had over 100% increase in visibility year over year. 23% less calls, though. The best page for clients, I think, is this at a glance page. This is a page that we created that just says, like, regardless of all of the like all the things that we're doing, like whether it's Google Ads or like SEO or Facebook ads, this page accumulates all of the leads. So the top left is just like leads from the website. The top right is leads from Google Ads. Then you have calls from the Google Business profile on the bottom left, and then the bottom right is like all of those added together. So they got 33 leads last month, which is actually a 6% drop versus last year, which is kind of negligible. It's not an improvement over last year, but it's still a good month. If they want an improvement over last year, they're probably going to need to do more SEO work, which is another package up. There's only like so much SEO we can do on like a basic foundational level. That's within scope. So, I'm going to forward this report to them. Let's see. I'll say another good month. especially for Google Ads. $48 per lead is really good. If you wanted to double your ad spend, you probably could and get, how many leads they get on Google? 5? They could probably get 10 leads and get 10 leads. Your cost per lead would probably increase, but it might be worth it with how low it is. That's all I send. And I send it over, done. Then I go to the next one and rinse and repeat 38 more times. Next client. Okay. So this client started with us in March of 2025. And they have a 9% increase in total users. Oh, this is month over month. Okay. At first, like their total conversions is down 11%. And I was like, that's a little concerning because that means they're doing worse now than they did last year. And this is their first year with us. But all of our clients are always, like the reports are always month over month until they're with us for a year. Then we do year over year data. So why this is significant is because when a client starts with us this year, month over month is all we have to go off of. And being in the landscaping and lawn care industry, every month is super seasonal. So a drop from August or from in this case, July to August is actually really normal. That's not a reflection on marketing. That's a reflection on seasonality. Which is what I'm going to say to him, to this client, and in my email. Now their CPA is pretty high. The cost per acquisition on Google Ads. They spent $492.82, and their cost per lead is $164.27. That's like double the average. So this might take a little bit more explaining. Whenever I see bad results, I like go into the ad accounts and I'll take a deeper dive and I'll try to explain why. If the results are good, I tend not to need to do that. The other problem is their Google business profile is not connected. We have no control over that right now because they don't have permanent signage to get verified, which we're trying to work on them with. There's an invoicing question that I was just dealing with. Sorry. We kind of get a high level overview of all of our clients through a Google sheet that we have called the master overview. Master overview has like what packages they're on, what they're paying, if their current month is paid, if they need to be invoiced, if they're on auto bill, things like that. Then also has a notes section. The notes section said that they're switching to website management on October 1st. But the Stripe subscription said they're switching on November 1st to be billed October 15th. That was, so that's somebody miscommunicated something there. So what I was doing is I was pulling the original email that had said that we're actually switching starting, I think it was, November 1st. So the Stripe is correct. The master overview is incorrect. Okay. I always do this, like I always file my emails away into like the appropriate label in Google or in Gmail. And whenever I go into a client's folder to like look up an old email, I like randomly see like an email from a different client in there. Like I filed it away wrong. And so I see that right now. Except this email's like 3 labels away. Okay. Forwarding the report to this client. Oh, so we did say they're month over month, but their Google Ads report didn't look super great. $162 cost per acquisition. That's like not awesome. So I'm gonna open up their Google Ad account and see why that is. Was it 162? 164. Even better. So we're supposed to create notes on the timeline when we go to campaigns, but I don't see any notes in the timeline here. So why this is important is because if I go in here and I look at the average cost per acquisition, I do, is it conversions? Here, a cost per conversion. And I see $164.27. Okay, the conversions came at the end of the month here. And nothing at the beginning of the month. I see no notes about, like, we got to August 22nd and we spent probably 3/4 of the budget. Why are there no notes for adjustments here? I bet if I go to the change history, I'll see it. If I go to the change history, there's nothing. There's nothing there. Which means nothing was changed. It was just kind of let go, and then like we got lucky and the conversion started happening, but usually by the time we're getting to August 22nd, we should be pulling some levers. There it is. Okay, Google Ads just wasn't loading. Yeah, there were levers pulled. August 15th, the budget amount decreased. We dropped it from $20 per day down to $12 for pacing, probably. It's probably overspending. And Google is just sucking our money dry. It worked. 7 days later, we got a conversion. So this is what I can say. I say, hey, Drew, pretty decent results for August. There was an overall drop in leads by like 14%, but that's seasonal. 14% month over month, but that's seasonal. This time next year, we'll be able to do year-over-year results. $164 per lead with Google Ads is not ideal. We got to August 22nd with no leads spent and 3/4 of the budget spent. We adjusted the total budget down from $20 per day to $12 per day. And we started getting leads 1 week into that adjustment, which means Google was just eating our money at low quality keywords. So starting on August 22nd, which is when we got that first, so I'll just say starting from the adjustment to the 31st, our cost per conversion was $68.11. So starting from the 15th, when that adjustment was made, the average cost per lead with Google Ads was actually $68.11. So I'm gonna say like not ideal for the entire month, but when the adjustment was made, that's a killer cost per lead. Send. So that's kind of another example of like an executive summary that I'll send. I'll just add my input in there, and sometimes like it's not good. Like sometimes I can't find the good in something, and I'm like, it wasn't a good month. I can say what we're trying to do better, but we're super vertical focused on landscaping and lawn care, so there's like very little that goes wrong. Okay. So I'll archive that. I don't think this client ran ads with us last month, but they still got a report generated, which is kind of annoying because that means we spent $18 to generate this report from Agency Analytics, and they weren't even like paying for ads or management. We just forgot to turn it off. Yeah, they didn't run ads, so I'm not even going to respond to that one. But they are running ads this month, so now it's just like there's no point in shutting it off now. Whoa. Okay. This client. Geez. This client started with us in May 2025. They got 473 users to the site, which is the exact same amount they got last month. And of those users, 35 of them turn into leads, which is a 35% increase from last month, which is great. Okay, they have a similar situation with Google Ads. Now, one thing I didn't do on the last client, which I normally do, is like when the cost per acquisition looks bad, we're pulling this data in from Google Ads, and sometimes it's not always accurate. sometimes Google Ads is missing attribution, missing leads. So what I do is I go into Google Analytics. I go to user acquisition report. I filter to last month, just like the report they got. I change the primary dimension to first user source and medium, and I look at Google CPC. So Google CPC is actually showing me 5 key events or 5 conversions, and I can filter this by phone call. 3 of them were phone calls. What about form submissions? And 2 of them were form submissions. So, what I need to do is now verify that that's tracking correctly in Google Ads. The difference between 5 and 3 is like negligible, but the fact that they got 3 phone calls and the report is pulling from Google Ads and tracking 3 leads makes me think that maybe Google Ads is not tracking form submissions accurately. And I just want to confirm that. So we're going to go to goals, conversions, summary. And okay, so it tracked 2 form submissions. It actually tracked no phone calls. So the phone call was not tracked. All 3 of them weren't. It tracked an email. Which is weird because Google Analytics did not track an email for that source. This is the crappy part about tracking. And like trying to explain this to clients is like there's a certain level of privacy and anonymity that we can't like filter through. And it is what it is. The volume on this is so low that it's not really worth diving into too much, but it is worth mentioning to the client. I just want to forward this to him. And just say like, hey client, let's pull this report over to the right side. I'll say overall a really good month. Especially considering based on the seasonality, we tend to see things drop a little going from July to August. But his overall total leads are up by... But your overall leads are up by a pretty significant amount, 32% month over month. The only like, other comment I wanted to make was the cost per lead on Google Ads is 166.16 according to this report. I'm gonna say there were 2 conversions not tracked by Google Ads, but were by Google Analytics. So Google Ads shows 3 conversions from Google Ads, but Google Analytics shows 5. And I'll just take a screenshot of his Google Analytics account showing that. Now, inevitably, he's probably going to ask questions furthermore, but like, it's good when clients ask these questions so I can explain it to them and they can just like understand how we interpret data and that we're just not feeding them crap. So all events, which is kind of dangerous for some agencies who kind of rely on that, you know, the naivety of the business owner, but if you're actually honest and decent at what you do, then it shouldn't be an issue. So Google CPC, we got 5 conversions there, and I'll just paste that in the email. So instead of a $166 dollar cost per lead, we're looking closer to a I think spent $500, right? Yeah. Let's do this. At $100 per lead, closer to a $100 cost per lead with Google, which is much better. Okay. Send that off. Archive it. Next client. All right. Okay, let's double check to see if I got any new client emails. This client responded back to me about the trying to exclude 34-year-olds and younger on Google Ads. I said we shouldn't do that. They self-filter themselves out. And he goes, but wouldn't my extra filter improve cost per click and cost per lead if the impressions are focused on the right target market? Based on total volume, this is stepping over dimes to pick up pennies. We're not running national search campaigns for shoes for men. Where those kind of adjustments make impacts. This kind of adjustment would actually probably increase your CPC because you're limiting the market, which means limiting the supply. When the supply is limited, the costs increase. As far as cost per lead goes, again, this is a filter that would matter if I can see his demographics in his account right now. So the only thing I would be focused on would be income. If I were you, I wouldn't care how old someone is as long as they have the income, which we already have parameters and bid adjustments for. But also, I'm happy to do this for you if you want to see what happens. I gotta screenshot this and send it to my team and just like, I like doing this sometimes just to give them context with some clients. Sometimes it feels a little weird. It's kind of like are like they question your logic. Like they're paying you to be like the marketing expert, and then you're doing the thing, and then they're questioning everything you do. And like on one hand, it's like, oh, like why don't you just do it then? But on the other hand, it's like some of them just want to learn, and it's just important to tell them. It's just weird to care about income and age when you're targeting things, like especially for landscaping. It's like just care about income. That's it. That's all you got to care about. Who cares if the client is 25 years old, but what if they make $200,000 a year and they want to hire a lawn care company because they're also a young CEO like myself? Yeah. Eva pointed out too, you can be over 34 and broke. Like, it's weird to care about age. Like, we're not selling like Depends. We're not doing ads for prostate exams. It's for landscaping. Let's go to the next report. All right. I opened this report and I was like, this report looks terrible. We're down 57% year over year in total users and down 25% year over year in total website conversions. The first question I asked myself was, are they even running ads? I don't remember having this account on. And I went down to their Google Ads section of the report, and no, they're not even running ads. So, are they have they not paid? Are they just on hosting? And did we just left the report up on accident? I don't know. Let's look. They're past due. Let's go to invoices. We're going to view all 22 results. We're going to okay, so they didn't pay for August, and they're not paid up for September. Did we pause their site? I don't even know what their site is. It's I gotta go to their client folder. That's the problem when you have like 50 clients, is like you can never remember domains. Here we go. Okay. No, their site is still up and running. Are we hosting their site? We should be shutting that down. So we want to go to WHM and log into all of our hosting accounts. And then if their account is, if we go to list accounts in our cPanel, or is WHM, but if we go in here and we see, if I see their site, yeah, it's in here, which means we host the website. So, like they're officially like almost 60 days past due. I'd say just suspend the site at this point. I'm gonna message them, or Cody and Angie, and say, okay, so I'm gonna file away that email. I just messaged Angie and Cody and said, did we issue a warning to this client for site suspension because they're 60 days, or they're 45 days now past due? She says, yep, did that today with Cody. Cool. What was the time frame? Or did we give one? Okay. Next report. Okay, I remember this account. They wanted to do this is a newer account, and they wanted to do like lanternfly control or lanternfly prevention. And we've never done one of those campaigns, and we launched it, and they got a lot of search volume, but not a lot of conversion. So the intent was totally off. So I got to basically go to them and be like, hey, our cost per acquisition on the lanternfly campaign was not great. Although it's like way better than what it was when I looked at it the other day. It was like $1,200 per conversion, and now it's sitting at $433 per lead, which sounds insane because our normal number is like $80. But this client was like, no, we want to pay $500 per lead. They're in the Hamptons, so that market is like super expensive for some reason. Campaigns. We want cost per conversion in here. What? The report shows something totally different than what Google Ads is showing. For conversions specifically. It says, like, my report says $433.34 per conversion. Google Ads says $1,516.70. I bet there's a conversion or a goal that's not assigned to a campaign. What does Google Analytics say? What? Google Analytics is showing their traffic like dropped on the 15th of last month to absolutely nothing. And I have no idea why. Yeah, Google Analytics shows 8 conversions. What is going on with this tracking? What? I'm not going to investigate this right now, but I am going to send an email to Lisa and Cody and ask them to look into this, or ask Lisa to look into it under Cody's supervision. So, title is issue with clients tracking. Lisa, I need you to look into tracking for organic. Oh, almost said their name. Okay. Their Google Analytics account shows basically 0 traffic after the 13th of August. Excuse me. Okay. Additionally, the Google Ads metrics shows a 1,000 $1,520 CPA with 4 conversions after 6,000 spent. However, Agency Analytics shows 14 Google Ads conversions. And I think if we look at, the conversion summary in Google Ads, it doesn't match up to 4 either. So if we go to goals, conversion summary, it shows 2 form fills, 1 website phone call, 1 email, 8 phone calls from another source, and then 2 form captures. So I'm guessing those phone calls, that's coming from like CallRail. The client has CallRail on their end and it's integrated. So I'm wondering if those just aren't getting pulled in. Like I said, that's actually doubling it. Okay. Okay. So they under call rail down here, they have form capture and phone fill or phone calls. Their form capture is 2, but the form submissions, which is ours, is 2. So I'm wondering if that's just duplicating in agency analytics, which means we need to probably take this one off if that's capturing that. The phone call, it says 8 though, and ours is 1. So I think ours is incorrect. So if we do 2, 10, 11, 13, it should still be like, it should be 10. 10 conversions. However, agency analytics shows 14 Google Ads conversions. And Google Analytics or Google Ads goal summary, conversion summary. 10, 11, 12. Google Analytics shows 8. I'll say, here's my guess. These two form submission/capture conversions in Google Ads are duplicates. The bottom one is a call rail integration. And the top one is ours. The main missing link here is the Google Ads phone call goal under other. That to me looks like a call rail number. Call rail conversion action. It's not being reported on as a conversion in standard Google Ads metrics. So analytics is showing, oh, they're showing, oh, that's 3. Yeah, oh, analytics is showing, yeah, 8. 8 what? So form submission? It's showing 2 phone call. 5. Overall, like the numbers are still good. It's still within their conversion, or their cost per conversion. This client is owned by a private equity, so I gotta I usually, when I send the reporting emails over, I email the stakeholders at the private equity as well, because they have other landscaping and lawn care clients, and I would like to get on board with them. But if I just show like how useful I can be with the ones that we do have from them, then that's good too. Okay, so let's pull the report over to this other screen here. Okay, this is month over month. couple of notes. God, their site had to have had like the tag removed because the conversion reporting just drops off here. And I have no idea what happens. Alright, I said I wasn't going to investigate, but now I have to. I'm responding to them. There's no way I just can't look at, like, can't not look at this. Needs a 10. Okay. That's on there. So, like, is it just missing from the site then? Had to figure out where the tag would go. Oh, it's right here. Does this match the tag manager tag that we have? What? I don't see our tag on here. Okay, so before I email them the report, I'm gonna email the guys of the private equity, and just be like, "Did you guys remove our tag?" Yes, going through reports this month, and noticed had a sudden drop in traffic and reporting on the 13th of August, basically to 0. I mean, I can go into the easiest way to detect this is I can preview the tag or preview the site in Tag Manager. Hit connect, and if it connects, it's great. Like, it's on there somewhere, right? But like, the tag's not even found. Cool. So like, it was removed. Sudden drop in traffic and reporting on the 13th of August, basically to 0. Was there any work done on your end in the back end of the site? Are the GTM container was completely removed, and therefore we lost all tracking. This is the problem when you have like multiple people working in like the same client backends, whether it's like multiple agencies or like like a private equity or something like that. And it's like you have multiple hands doing things, and you like stuff like this just happens, and it's pretty frustrating. Someone remove the GTM container from so we're screenshotting this. We're sending this to our team. Eva says, "Oh, weird. Sorry, that might have been when I was restoring backups to fix their mobile issue." Oh, I remember. Yeah, but was that on the 13th? Yeah, it was. Okay, so my only regret here is that I wish I would have consulted with the team first before messaging the private equity guys. A rookie mistake. Like, I just assumed my team didn't do it, but it was. Like, to be fair, the problem was like the site broke, so we restored the backup. So when the backup was restored to fix the site, the backup didn't include the tag, so therefore we lost tracking. That's pretty much it. The silver lining here, though, is that they didn't have any tracking before working with us. So the fact that we tracked half a month is half a month more than they had before us. I'll just go ahead and do oops. Hey, John and Melissa. Overall, a good, or decent. Oh my, there's a big mosquito in here. Holy crap, that thing is massive. I'm worried now. That thing was so big. It's just gonna be flying around here now. A decent amount in terms of cost per lead with Google Ads. However, I do want to note a couple of things. One, we lost tracking to the website /organic results on October 13th, or August 13th. This was due to the backup that we had to restore in order to fix that mobile menu issue around that time. Apparently the backup did not have the Google Analytics tag. But I'll say, however, it did have the Google Ads tag. So that was still able to be tracked. So I'll say, like, although it looks like traffic dropped by 61%, although it looks like traffic dropped by 61% and leads by 63%, the website month over month, this is not actually the case, and just a case of bad tracking. Okay, 2 is gonna be the lanternfly campaign. Lanternfly campaign. We need to spend some time on the website building a section for lanternflies. We noticed late in the month there is nothing on the site referencing that. So although we got a lot of traffic to the lanternfly ads, no one converted. Once they hit the site, there was no information about them. We'll spend some time this month doing that. Could email the private equity guys back and say, never mind, we figured it out. We figured it out. Turns out it broke / wasn't replaced when we had to restore the backup of the site to fix the broken mobile menu issue. Okay, so I'm going to send this. Now in here, I did say that we were going to create a, add something to the site regarding lanternflies. Because I know I'm super forgetful. I'm not going to remember that. So what I need to do right now is log into our project management tool, ClickUp, and create a task for Eva to work on that with me. So we want to go to this client here. Let's see. Brain fart. Add task. We're going to create website content for lanternflies. Assign it to Eva. It's going to be due at the Let's do the 13th. It's foundation, client work. This is an update. Let's spend some time looking to create some content on the website for lantern flies. We have an ad promoting that, but no content on the site for it. Okay, and then additionally to that, I'm going to send her a calendar invite. We'll do it tomorrow. And just to get it kickstarted. So I'll say, well, let me pop open. Yeah, this is good. We're going to say Eva and Jake organically guest Eva. We're going to save that, send it. Okay, archive that report. Cody's been working with ChatGPT to build the podcast website on Wix Studio, and he's like super picky. And ChatGPT just poked fun at him. It was like, if your goal is brand control and knowing how picky you are with borders, fonts, and hover states, with like the kind of laughing, sweating face. That's hilarious. But let's see, dude. How do you spell Joaquin Phoenix? There's Joaquin Phoenix playing Gladiator. Oh. Next, client report. Client reporting is just so mind-numbing. All right, so we're on this client report. So this is a pest control company in the Northeast. Again, they started with us this year, so we're doing month over month. reporting. They started running in June, so we don't have very many months. I don't know what the pest control seasonality is. Like, I don't know if it peaks in the winter with like animals wanting warmth or something and coming into the house. But like, because we're like primarily focused on landscaping and lawn care businesses, usually we see traffic like dip down month over month. So that's what I'm seeing here. But again, I don't know the seasonality, so I don't know if a dip is normal or expected in the pest control industry. So we're seeing a 17% drop in users to the site, resulting in 574. They had 93 leads, but that's a 36% drop versus last month. They spent $900 on Google Ads. Their cost per lead was $130, which is pretty good. I would imagine the peak of their search volume is mosquitoes, and that's why it dips down. I can check this. I can literally go to the keyword planner and see if that is actually the case. So if we go to tools, planning, keyword planner, mosquito control. Yeah, we'll just do the entire United States just to get volumes and trends. Yeah, it dips down. It peaks in June. I don't remember this client's email, so I have to find it. This is also one of those private equity accounts. We have 3 of them total. Sorry, four of them. We're still month over month in the reporting. So a lot of the fluctuations we're going to see are definitely seasonal. The bulk of the search queries are. We can actually look at the campaigns overview and go to the search terms report to see what is actually the #1 search thing in a Google Ads account for pest control in August. Except I'm not getting anything. think I have to select a campaign. Google Ads is being so slow today. Holy crap. This sucks. I had a filter on, that's why it wasn't being pulled in. Let's go to search terms. Tick and mosquito. Look at Search Console. Let's see what that says. Whoa, wild. I have my phone charger. This client's cost per lead is $128. Normally that's too high for us, but they're a pest control company, and I think they said that they're willing to pay over $400 per lead. I can't remember, so I'm just going to say, like, generally cost per lead with Google Ads over $128 is not ideal in the green industry, but with pest control, but I'm not sure what is ideal for. is anything with that. It's not nice, but it's definitely more devy. It's not as bad as plugins, but it does introduce more options for things to break. So many reports. I think we should be done with streaming so I can just focus. All right. Everybody watching, we'll see you next